sucker.
Laugh again. Laugh it up. Hi, cheese. Keep laughing. Maybe we'll create one. The problem is, Maddie's a much better fighter than I am. Just keep on condescending, I see. Waste your points. You're the worst, Maddie. I know. You're like a rabid dog. I'm clearly not the worst. Yeah. I ate too much pork.
Oh my glob.
Hi, Sashi. I'm doing alright. Sitting in the fan is not bad, but now that the fan's off, I am sweating. I'm sweating like a prostitute in church. Not that that really is immoral. It's an old saying. No, it made too much noise last time. Oh, I'll be alright. I'll be alright. I just gotta sweat it out. I'm gonna sweat out all the toxins, okay? And I'll be healthy as a clam after this. You know, I'll sweat out all the poisons that I regularly consume. What was I trying to do with this? Okay. Sweat out the microplastic. A lot of toxins, Rochburns. A lot of toxins. Poisons. Like pure crude oil. And arsenic. And my extensive diet of gold leaf. No, they get sweated out. How you doing, Emmanuel? Trust me, I'm sweating them out right now, Rochburns. And yes, all the microplastics I eat. It's tough keeping a diet of microplastics. It's very tough. All right. Why'd I throw that in that box? Okay. Just switch to acrylics? Never. Is everybody going to join in the paint-a-dong? I have no idea. If anything, I'm grossly average, Rochburns. So is everybody joining in the paint-a-dong? Are you thinking about your setups? What fruits and vegetables you're going to use, how are you going to light it, what you're placing it on. Yeah, you probably want to hold off until Thursday, Maddie, at the earliest. I mean, it depends on what you get. A lot of fruits would last this long, and vegetables. Yes, yes. You do a daikon radish and 2 cherry tomatoes. Baby carrot and 2 watermelons. Let's get weird with it, everybody. I think we're going to see a lot of eggplants, Maddie. And one thing about eggplants is, you know, they're not as purple as you think they are. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's ways you could do it, obviously. But also remember, it's a competition. Get weird with the competition, Sashi. That you and Cheesy both committed to joining in. The paint-a-dong. Everyone does, Maddie. And I'm telling you, the prize will be good. You can paint with the shits. Cheesy, I have the shits every day. I have the runs, the squirts, the shits, the diarrheas, the green apple splatters. Every day. Every day. And here I'm sitting, painting. Yeah, I like, you know, you can be creative, Maddie, with it, but, you know, I cannot stress this enough. Yes, you do, Drez. You're gonna have to go get some. You can clip it, Sashi. Well, so I can't stress enough, Maddie, that, like, there is something very special about doing something very simply well. Or something like a very simple subject well. You get what I'm saying? So I implore people, especially if this is your first time painting from life, if this is your first time painting from life, go figure something out and then make it 2 steps simpler than what you think is too simple. You can spare $3 on fruits and vegetables, Rez. So you can't afford to eat? Because you could also eat this fruit and veg. You can win badly made paint. Or a badly painted painting. There you go, Sashi. Yeah, you could use vegetables, Drez. How is that crushing your dreams, Maddie? Please, enlighten me as to how that crushed your dreams. No, Drez, the rules are clear. The rules are clear. Fruits or vegetables or eggs. I can't open up that slippery slope because everybody would do it. Hi, Martin. How you doing, bud? Where the fuck is that yellow? Right there. Yeah, right. All right. Our palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow medium, pyro scarlet, ultramarine blue, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, and buoyant umber. Hi, Omizu. All right. And then, oh my god. For mediums today, we're going to be using oleo gel mixed with epoxide gel. Epoxide gel is a new medium I've been using that supposedly is better archivally. It also is much quicker drying than oleo gel. But apparently it leads to a very durable film. So I've been using it. Hi, Emmy. Emmy, do you have your fruits and vegetables for the paint-a-dong? They're in your belly. Hold on. No painting poo, Emmy. That is through Rublev or natural pigments, Omizu. I will not take poo submissions. I will not be doing that again. Not after the first debacle. I scrubbed it from the internet. Hi, Sophie. You don't want to know, Emmy. Yeah, Omizu, it's a new product from Rublev. And it's intriguing, and it's not like it's more expensive than oleo gel. And I really, this is not shit they usually lie about. Well, they don't really lie about their materials. I have never caught them in a lie or anything like that. So, they're a source of information that I trust. Because it's not even like a huge financial interest. So. Alright, let's just... I'm having too many problems with this tube. Where are my skizzers? This work. I actually need scissors, okay. Hi, Pierogi. Pierogi. right, let me go grab some scissors. Shoo-be-doo-ba. Skee-da-da-ba-ba. So, more archival, Omizu, quicker drying. Quicker drying. So, oleo gel tends to increase drying time. Epoxide is basically acts as a dryer. So it's not just durability. It's an interesting combo for mediums. Because usually for quick drying in mediums, Omizu, you generally sacrifice archival benefits. Generally. With mediums, right? Because they usually have resins. Things like that negatively affect archival positive archival benefits. I'm doing all right, Sophie. Very exhausted today. Like, I have like specific it feels like I've been working out, but I haven't today. Now I don't know if it's just because I've been like in heat, like really hot building. Maybe my sleep's not well, but like, I don't know. But I don't necessarily feel bad. It's just like, it's just a weird exhausted feeling that I'll just have to push through. But I'll manage. Thank you for asking. How are you today, Sophie? I lost. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the sub, Lost. So, by the way, I got an interesting email today that I've never gotten before. That seems like a scam, but it doesn't have the specific features of a scam outside of one thing. Do you have the middle finger glove? Yes, you're finally there. So I got an email. It was like, it had no subject. It was from a Gmail account. And it's like, I saw your work on an art website. I really like it and connect with it. Can you please share, do you have any available, to buy? And can you tell me what they were? Or what they are. And that was it. Like, so like the grammar wasn't really off. Like, so like, it's, but so here's the thing, right? So normally I just disregard this as a scam, but I do have my email address posted, in places so people can get my email online. But I don't have random art websites that my shit is on. Unless there's like only a couple that are not Etsy or Instagram. Or like where I'm selling shit. It's like possibly the Oil Painters of America website in a couple spots. Possibly. But so I checked the email, and the email had a very simple, like, it seemed like a Gmail. It was a Gmail account, and it was a name that's like seemed like somebody would use. So because it was just like a name. Hi, Kaziki, I'm melting too. Well, so it's a scam. You think Omizu? Well, so I searched the name, and the name had an Instagram account that linked to their personal website that listed this Gmail address. And none of it seemed but none of it seemed scammy. You get what I'm saying? So maybe that person's Gmail account got hacked? Like, did they have that level? Yeah, no, I went to the Instagram account, and it's a normal account. It's a real person. And a person who's involved with art, too. They had like a website, like an art-related website that you go to, and this email address that this email was sent from was listed there. So this one wasn't a commission. This was just offering to buy paintings. So I just sent them my like Etsy, Ko-Fi and Instagram, Yeah, it was just really odd though, because like Amizu, usually scams like fail at like that type of verification, right? But it wasn't like a brand new Instagram account. Like it wasn't like an NFT art account. It was a legitimate account that you'd see from like people on Twitch. And it the email went to my main, primary email account. Yeah, that was the same with mine, Maddie. But I was able to like see that this guy has an Instagram and website. So the only thing that makes sense to me if that guy's Gmail account got hacked. So it's just very odd. I mean, I'd love to sell a painting. Well, like the thing is, I don't know how they can't send from another, like the same exact email unless they had access to that email, right? It's not like they like changed an I to like something else. You get what I'm saying? No, I sent them an email back, Maddie. I linked like the public places where it's available. I'm gonna play it by ear, obviously, but it was just super odd. If this was a scam, it'd be super interesting. That's the only thing that makes sense. But then why would they go about this in that way? What could they achieve? Because they also asked for like an online shop or like, places online where it's available. They didn't like ask to go through me. And they like, if it was a commission, I would definitely be more skeptical of it as well. Yeah, no worries, Maddie. Well, it happened like 3 hours ago, Mizu, so I sent the response. And last I checked, they hadn't, gotten back. I mean, I'm obviously not gonna like share like certain information with them, that's not publicly available. No, yeah, I did. I sent the Etsy link, Ko-Fi link, and my fourth wall. Actually, and Instagram. I sent them basically what's on my link tree. I did not send the oily fans though. Oh my god! Stoic. Stoic, I have the merchandise suggestion up on Discord. Fifth wall is slightly better, yeah. All right. 16 more to go to what? Oh, for the 666? Got leaked the other day and I had to change. Oh, that's a pain in the balls, Kaziki. Yeah, get on it, Stoic. Ah, fuck, I forgot my water over there. All right, I gotta go grab my water. All right. That's true, Pierogi. Huh. Interesting, Kaziki. Okay. All right. We ready to start? Well, that's a good amount lost. That's a good lot. That's a good amount. don't stink.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. Why do people keep telling me to do that? I'm not gonna stop. The fuck? God damn it. This fucking pipe keeps on falling off the hand. Clumsy? True, Nordic. How are you? Ugh. God, is that annoying? I've had a few engineering jobs where like the factories were huge, so you'd get a lot of steps in that way. Doing all right. Doing all right. Little tired. Little exhausted. Thank you, 27 brushes. Well, we are painting from life today, like we usually do. So, we're trying to finish it up so we could do something new soon. But if you have any questions, 27 brushes, please let me know. The photo you see below is so you all can see in generality what I'm looking at, but obviously there's going to be some changes. The angle I'm looking at is going to be a little different.
other nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, a raid! You're welcome, 27. Wow. You green bat. Oh! No! Have mercy! Oh, thank you, Amy. We're almost at a year there, Amy. Oh my god! Oh god!
Wow.
I'm not a nerd! Oh, thank you, Paperclip. Thank you, Maddie. Sons of bitches! I'm not a nerd! I'm being attacked! I'm being brutalized! I'm not a nerd.
Tonight, you.
Jesus Christ.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Never. I will not stop. Oh, thank you, Bo. Hello, Lizzie. You fuckers. You green bastard. I'm not a nerd, Lost, and thank you.
Fucking fuckers.
I miss your resub too. Sorry, it all happened very fast. Thank you for the bits, Garg. Thank you. Where was Salt's resub? Oh, it happened. Oh, it happened early. Thank you for the resub, Salt. I appreciate it, bud. Thank you, Paperclip. How dare I? You jerk. At some point, I probably will. You jerk. Oh my god! Cece. No refund, Salt. Silver grains. How dare I? How dare you, Bo?
Fucker.
You're a fucker. Oh, how was your stream, Greenbag? You bastard. You could post links if you want. This one time.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Stoic. I saw that one, Salt. No refunds.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. Why are you booing? No booing. So does everybody have their paint-a-dong
Boo this man!
ideas set? Huh? Everybody, the paint-a-dong? Greenbag, what's your paint-a-dong? Do you have your setup figured out? Well, Lizzie, you know you could... It just has to be done by Tuesday. So that doesn't get you off the hook. Oh my god! Whoa! God.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I won't. Why does everybody keep telling me to do that? I'm not going to stop. I won't stop. I can't stop, and I won't stop. Indeed, Stoic. Kaziki, are you going to join in? Kaziki, are you going to join in for the paint-a-dong? He'll get red and fall off. Not a chance. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you for the bits and the subs and the resubs. Thank you, everybody. Well, Kaziki, we're doing a paint-along called the Paint-a-Dong, where I want people to paint from life. So they get fruits and vegetables and paint in the shape of the shape of a penis, and then you'll submit your painting and the photograph of your setup, and the winner will get a prize, and it will be a good prize. It will be a good prize. It starts on Saturday. Your submissions have to be in by the following Tuesday. Too bad, Maddie. I'm taking back those emotes. It really won't, Salt. It'll be factored for who it'll be catered to whoever wins it. No, a week from tomorrow. A week from tomorrow. It's like the 8th. So you have from the 5th to the 8th to do your penis painting. That could be a prize, Salt. Well, just do it simple, Kaziki. Just paint, but like, do you paint from life? Like, part of it is setting it up on your own, lighting it, making a simple still life, and then looking at it and painting it. Well, I know what Maddie's prize will be if they win. Yeah, no, it's not going to be like a... I'm not going to like... Frankly, I can't afford a huge like gift at or prize, but it could be like a set of watercolors. It could be some badly made oil paint. It could be even a painting. We'll figure out something that the person will like. If only, Maddie. Garg, if that's what you want your prize to be, you'll get a deep dish pizza. Now, I can't really send that in the mail. But just know, Garg, anytime you're in Chicago, I'll make, or, in town, I'll make you a deep dish pizza. Guard can vouch for my pizza. There was no poison. There is no poison whatsoever. I do not poison my food. That is slander from people trying to destroy my character. My beautiful character. Not a liar. You're the one who's lying and trying to make me look like something I'm not. Lizzie, you're the liar. You sure about that? I am easily the most trustworthy person here. Easily. Oh my God! I've never told a lie. I have not once, ever, told a lie. I have never told a lie. Thank you, Foxman. And you can mix these colors too, Foxman, with badly made paints. You get the full mixing palette. You can mix these same exact colors as I do. This glare is mad, though. Does anyone want to hear about some other props I'm thinking about getting? Who wants a prop update? Those are new sound effects. Duh, alright. I'm considering a ventriloquist dummy. That would really turn this home into a house of horrors. That arrow through the headband thing, you know, that they used to wear. As a gimmick. Like gore prosthetics. I'm not a nerd, CC. Son of a bitch. Gore prosthetics. Don't we all, Garg? Don't we all? I said gore. Gore, G-O-R-E. Yeah, oddly enough, the arrow through the head thing was like, there was only 3 that were like what I envisioned on Amazon, and the prices are all bad. Like, they're all $10+. You have the chance to get him 20. What are you talking? What are you talking about, Fox man? All right, so fake eyeballs as well, and like the eyeballs that like are like have the stuff that connects it to your head. Gored prosthetics. What else was I considering? An ascot. That could be, you know, fake teeth could be something that could be interesting. Al Gore? No, too expensive. Let's see. What? There was something else that I'm forgetting about. I keep on checking for taxidermy, but that was very, very, very intentional, Salt. And I'll tell you why. Anytime I thought about it, Salt, is I had no evidence to suggest that that stuff would sell better than this weird shit that I'm painting. I like painting this shit more than doing pop culture stuff that, well, it's not even about weird sells. I mean, it's just like, I've done portraits of celebrities. I've done stuff, or I've geared some paintings. Is like, you know, like I have not sold a flower painting. If you consider some of my skull paintings still lifes, which they are, but like the regular still lifes, not a single one. I have not sold any flower painting. I think some of those flower paintings are to my standards, good. So I have evidence to suggest that what my inclination of stuff that would sell is not accurate, or it just doesn't really matter. So when I think about it in that perspective, I don't have evidence that trying to paint stuff that sells will sell. So might as well just fucking paint stuff that I want. Not that I want, that I enjoy. And I like being funny, and I like being goofy with this shit. That's more of my personality, too. It's like truer to myself. Like, if I had people, like, you know, clamoring for, like, flower paintings and were buying, I'm sure I'd probably paint more of them, because I like painting flower paintings, too. But I just have no evidence to suggest that that's really, that what I consider something that is more sellable just has not been the case. So, Why are you tiny violining that, huh? I don't know, Maddie. I can't even say that. Like, you know, here's the thing, right? Son of a bitch, Bo. Is I could speculate as to reasons why people buy certain paintings versus other ones. Some people have liked paintings of mine that I consider to be extremely shitty. But like, if I don't have evidence to suggest that painting something specifically will lead to more sales, then I have no reason to really put any faith in that more so than this. Well, you know, I'm not even going to say they're stupid. It's just like, I just don't think there's any reliable metric that we can say that, like, you know, if I paint this, I'll sell more paintings. I just, you know. So, yeah. Now, if I, like, you know, because I've also been advertising on Etsy, and I could see I do sell prints, and there's not enough data to make any realistic observations about it, Foxman. Nope, definitely stupid fair. One issue is my stuff doesn't really translate to prints well either, Foxman. Now I do have a lot of prints out there, but I you know, now people say that there's not really quality issues, but it's really hard to photograph my stuff for prints. You're talking about the Einstein Garg? No one's bought that print, but Jan owns the OG painting. Thank you, Madwoman. How are you doing today? You would buy a dozen. Oh, my face? I mean, one next step to all this would just be, once, if I'm really getting into portraits and I can't afford sitters, would be just to do my self-portrait a ton. When I reveal thyself to the world. But I'm afraid of the damage. Like, I'm afraid everybody watching me's face would melt and they would die from the stunning beauty that they would see. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Basically, Emmy. True, Kaziki. But if you were to see my face without any type of eye protection, or with me intentionally looking uglier, you would go blind. You would go blind. I cannot verify that or deny that, Bo. What does 30C convert to American units, Kaziki? I already know the secrets of the universe, Bo. It's very easy. The secrets are not that special. Frankly, everybody would be really disappointed. What's 30 degrees C in American units? So Kaziki, today it was 4 degrees hotter than that and humid here. And I don't have AC running right now either. So we're in a similar boat, Kaziki. We're in a similar boat. No, Kaziki said 30C is 86 Fahrenheit. So I got that portable AC, Emihei, and it did little to nothing. I only know the benchmarks for reliably for C. If anybody doesn't know, 100 degrees C is the boiling temperature of water, which in Fahrenheit is roughly 218 degrees or 220, somewhere around there. And then 0 degrees Celsius is freezing temp of water, which is 32 degrees F. I would kill for that right now, Kaziki. It's 212. There we go. So 2.12. Hold on. Minus 32, 180. So 100. So it's 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit per Celsius. 1.8? Is that? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. 1.8 plus 32. Okay. So 30 would be 50. Yeah, okay, that math. Okay, I can remember that. Yeah. Yeah, so I know a bit about air conditioning, Fox, man. I've had to do a lot of thermodynamics and stuff like that in school.
Grab the children! Save the children!
The context of how it has to exhaust and the size and the electricity constraints make it seem like a very mediocre thing, and that's been my experience with it. Now, I am considering jerry-rigging an evaporative cooling thing with a box fan that I think could get really good results for not a lot of electricity. I just have to do the actual jerry-rigging. Because I have box fans, I have a water pump. And apparently you can like reduce the air temperature by 20 degrees with like the same temperature of water as in the room with evaporative cooling. But if I were to throw ice in that water or make that water colder, it would cool it even further. So I'm thinking about jerry-rigging something that would allow me to have 2 box fans on evaporative cooling And that should use a lot less electricity than even the portable AC. Yeah, it's 1.8. So about, yeah, there you go. That's the same. Yeah, 1.8 times Celsius plus 32 is what I just figured out. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable, Jan. True. Well, well, well. All titties are good titties. About flashbulbs? Do they still use capacitors, Stoic Booty? Are those still capacitor based? Either. Well, vintage ones used to be capacitor based. I'm fairly certain. I'm not sure about digital ones. They do? Okay. Capacitors are super, super interesting for people who don't know. Oh, okay. It's way too bright. Oh, awesome, Jan. No. So if you don't know, in a physics sense, capacitors are able to release a large amount of energy in a short amount of time. And there's a lot of applications for that. No worries, Kaziki. No worries. Yeah, they get covered in general physics, Foxman. Them and what is it? Induction coils are in a similar vein. The thing about capacitors is current does not flow through them directly. But the charge does. Can't do it, Jan. I don't take requests like that anyway, so. Fuck. Hold on, I got a call that I'm gonna take, everybody. All right, I'm back. I'm back. No, this is not a PG stream. But I don't want to turn this into a stream where it's just like people tell me what to paint. Essentially, and it just like turns into a mess that way.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. They can be like batteries, but they don't store amperage is Bo, they don't store amperage. Amperage is just like in a plumbing scenario, amperage versus voltage are different things in a physics sense, right? So the same amount of current could have a different voltage, right? And amperage does not move across capacitors, but the charge induces an a current across, like the charge differential. Capacitors are interesting things. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. That's one of the conceptually more difficult things about capacitors, though, is that technically current does not move across it, even though in a circuit it acts as if it does. Right? Because once a capacitor is at full charge, right, it has no resistance, I believe. But one in a coil or an inducer or whatever the induction coil reaches max charge, it stops current. Do you, Stoic? If I remember that correctly. Yeah, so capacitors can really fuck you up, Silver, because basically they're all they do is can release like all their charge almost immediately. So like if like those things can really fucking hurt. Because even if it has a relatively like low amount of voltage, it can release it all at once. But that's exactly why it has so many uses. Yeah. That property is why it's they're so important. Well, no, they don't. No, those aren't the types of things to need capacitors. Yeah, it's different than like a battery. A battery works on just a consistent voltage source and resistances, right? Capacitors, like, right, like the light, like the flash bulbs is a perfect example. You need light. You need a lot of light for a specific moment, and you don't want the delay of other things happening. But what are other big things that capacitors are used for? There's also a time element to them because they need time to recharge after they dissipate all their energy. Camera flashes, though, are the most prime example of it, though. They are technically the same thing, Bo. Like in premise, in a physics premise. But obviously they are used in different context. In a different context. Well, so a battery will still produce constant voltage, Bo, but it can be connected to capacitors down the line. So yeah, like spark plugs would be capacitors. But so it'd be a part of the larger circuit, to my understanding. So the battery itself cannot regulate the energy output. The battery is just a constant source of essentially voltage or power, right? But the larger elements of the circuits it's connected to, oh, thank you, Mud, are what will control those smaller bursts of energy. Yeah, I that would make sense to me, Bo. I'm not a nerd, Mud. How are you today? Mud, how did your grocery shopping go for wienery looking things? Vanna White's this conversation. Oh my god. Everyone needs to know this. Vanna White's this. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, good idea for the bush. Yeah. Or for us, as us Midwesterners call it, pubes. The more you know, everybody. Yeah, either would work. My biggest, what I keep on telling people, right, is keep keep it as simple as possible. Right? I understand I made this a competition, but just to help with like involvement, but there are other things that get out of this than just like, trying to win. Fair enough, Mud. Well, Mud, sabotage is always an option. That's something a loser would say. That's true. Could you possibly believe I'm doing this because I want to expose my methods and myself to people. Well, here's the thing, right? I'm trying to show how, I'll say, easy it is to actually set up a still life and paint it. And you don't want me exposing myself. But really, this is me trying to show you that, like, doing really simple setups are a very fun thing to do and very accessible, because it could just be like, hey, look I got fruit that's like paintable around. I got vegetables that are paintable around. Fuck it, I'll just paint them. And we don't need to get hung up on the subject matter as much as I think people tend to be. And you could still figure out stuff you want to paint for yourself fairly easily. We don't want that. You don't want me exposing myself. It'll be another face melting situation. You sure about that?
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, a raid! Welcome in, everybody. We were just talking about penises in vegetable and fruit form. Quiet One, thank you for the follow. Timahu, Sipa, thank you for the follows. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, thank you, Suavemente Reliote. Hi, Ermi. Hi, Jess. Welcome in.
Wow.
Ooh, thank you, Bracket. Double baby time, baby. Welcome in. We're painting. We're painting that.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
We're painting this stacked mannequin. Hi, Rummy Bears. Hi, Joanna. Hi, Andrea. This is our setup. Yep. No PP command. I'm not a nerd. I'm not a nerd, Bo. Hey, no worries, Jess. Post your links if you'd like. Or else. You are. Welcome in, everybody. Jess, Nini, thank you so much. You are wonderful. Yeah. We're oil painting from life. Blah, 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 blah. Greenbag's a bastard. Thank you, Jess. Please, everyone, go follow Jess. Wonderful painter. Jess is the official ambassador of the Badly Paint line. Jess is the official ambassador of Badly Paints, Badly Made Paints. Have a go one, Ermi. For anybody who doesn't know, I make oil paints and watercolors. They're for sale on my fourth wall. I have originals for sale on Etsy and Ko-fi. If you'd like to see more of my work, check out Instagram. Thank you, Salt. you have any questions, feel free to ask, because I will answer anything. But you won't like the answers. Ambassador, that could be a fun and official line. But Jess is not a bastard. Jess is lovely. Jess is lovely. I will answer anything you ask, Lily. Yep, see, Salt knows. Anything. You could paint with 0G, would you try? Like in 0G you're talking about? Or at 0 gravity? No, I'd have no interest in that, Lily. I'd have no, so no, I wouldn't. What is the terminal speed of a swallow? Roughly 12 meters per second. Boring? Shut up, Maddie! Maddie's such a bastard. You bastard woman. Also, I'm in desperate need of YouTube subscribers. I'm a sad, desperate man, and I need YouTube subscribers, so please, God, find it in your hearts. Just click that subscribe for free. I'm a broken, sad man. Thank you, Lily. You know what? Maybe harass your neighbors, your spouses, your friends to get them to subscribe too. You gotta do it, Cece. Cece, it's not a choice for you. You have to do it. I have too much dirt on you. Don't make me release the dirt.
Fucker.
I'm not a fucker. Thank you, Quiet One. It is appreciated. I'm not going to tell you the dirt I have on you. You're just gonna have to accept the ramifications of said dirt. Do you want to take that risk? It's not that dirt. Put a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man.
Oh my.
You don't want this released. Trust me. Trust me. If this information gets released, it could be the end of everything.
Wow, wow, wow.
Thank you, Bo. Appreciate it. That's true. This is true, Garg. I mean, this is true, Bo. You'll take all the ramifications? Yeah, but Cece won't. With the dirt I have on them, Maddie, I do know. Joanna, where do I get my reference from? Well, it's called being a pervert from the Midwest. That's where I get these references from. This is good old pervert from Midwest United States. That's true. That's why I'm not dating right now. Also because I need to focus more on this shit right now. Aren't I kind of doing that already, Maddie? Yeah, Joanna, I paint from life, so I set up all this shit. If you look at my Instagram, Joanna, you'll see, like, you know, all those are set up from life. What if your date site also had a mannequin collection? Oh, of course, Stoic Booty, but we're talking about like a 1 in a billion chance here. It is a real set, Joanna. Yep. Well, so Joanna, here's the thing, Joanna. If you didn't hear it on Jess's stream, we are doing a paint-along, paint-a-dong competition starting on Saturday, where you set up a still life from fruits or vegetables that looks like a penis. You paint it, you submit it into my Discord by Tuesday. Okay? So you got to take a picture of your painting, and it has to be done in color, but it could be digital, acrylics, watercolors, oils, pencils, just nothing value-based, like only charcoal or only graphite. It has to be color. And we're going to vote on a winner. And the winner will get a prize for the Paint-A-Dong, everybody. The Paint-A-Dong. The 14th annual Paint-A-Dong. Good, Rummy Bears, good. If you want to destroy other people's hard work and hard-earned and a lot of work put into their artwork, if you want to destroy that, you can, Emmy. You could also disparage other people's efforts during the voting process. That is allowed. Good. I won't release the dirt. Your dirt is safe. I'm a man of my word, CC. But just don't cross me. Good, Rummy Bears. Good. So, I implore everybody to try it out. Paint from life. See how easy it is to kind of just like, painting from life, I'm not going to say painting from life is easy, but it makes painting very accessible when you're stressing about things you want to paint. Well, that's something that you and Cece need to figure out, Bo. Right now, I will not leak the dirt on Cece. Well, I already have dirt on her, but I'll take more dirt. I'll always take more dirt. So yeah, if anybody though has any questions about the Paint-A-Dong, please let me know. I'll happy to clarify anything. We are going to spend a stream on Tuesday reviewing all the submissions. So even if you just want critique, like, you know, even if you don't want to necessarily compete, but you're looking for somebody to critique your work, like if you want a pervert to look at your artwork and give you critique, you know, you could also just do it for that. Yeah, there you go. Good, Bo. Good. The dirt man, before he comes to town. I'm not a nerd. Would a nerd be painting this right now? I don't think so. Nice melons. Thank you, Netset Seoso. I don't think so. It's too bright, I think. Yeah. That needs to be... Ooh, that was too much blue. It's probably too bright. So if you do your own still life sets, how many props have you collected? Well, Joanna, recently we've been talking about how many props I've been buying, because I've been buying a lot of props recently. So I bought this mannequin recently for $30. I had the skull for a while. I bought the skeleton a few months ago. Recently I bought several wigs. I bought 2 top hats. I bought costume crowns and a scepter and like a king's cloak. I bought some clothes, like a suit jacket from Goodwill. A lot of bottles and glasses and cups and like silverware and stuff like that. Fake facial hair. I bought this background and wall, like fake wall setup. I'm starting to collect a bunch of shit. So I have options. Like any normal, mentally stable man would. Okay? I'm a very normal man. God bless him. Okay? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Kind of, Emmy. I mean, I'm also like getting to a point where, like we were talking about earlier, Emmy, that I'm just very firmly just going to paint what I want to paint, and I'm not going to really concern myself with the concept of trying to predict what people will buy. So I'm going to paint stuff that I find funny or I enjoy. And that's it. Obviously, I do commissions and shit, but I also consider the painting from life to be my best route to improve my painting skills. Yeah. I mean, you could say it like that. You could just say like, I think you could also make an argument that it's the logical approach for me at the moment. It's too yellow. Thank you, Autonet. How you doing, bud? Well, it's not even about like a collection, Yona. I paint because first and foremost, I only paint because I enjoy painting. I don't give a shit about the work after I'm done painting it. I don't get attached to it. But I was watching a bit earlier, Autonet. I hope you had a good stream, bud. I don't get attached to my work. I'm in this because I enjoy painting. That's it. And so, you know, with that in mind, it makes to have a higher focus on doing what you enjoy, right? Because, man, if I enjoy painting, but I'm like, I just hate what I'm painting all the time, that just seems just as miserable as not painting. But I also don't care that much about what I'm painting overall because I enjoy painting, right? But I also have like my own sense of humor and stuff I enjoy. Now I got that dirt man stuck in my head. Maybe. It is my loss. But I still got the dirt. I still got the dirt on CC. So you know what? Silver lining. So you know, a silver linings playbook. No, I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna let him know that I have said dirt, and I could use it strategically as I please. I'm not going to let them control the narrative of dirt being released. What type of fool do you think I am?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not. I will not give up my civil liberty to play with my D. You could try, and I'll lose, but I respawn. I respawned. I respawn. You have no power here. Anyone want to do any trivia? Trivia. Anyone want to do any trivia? I'll attempt. Hey, we got one. We got one, everybody. Son of a bitch! Is he? Hi, TDS. How are you? I will not eat paint. They might be TDS. You're doing well? Good. I'm doing all right. A little tired. Little tired. Little exhausted from Lizzie's shit. You know. But doing well. It'll be fine. Don't tell me to calm down. Don't you tell me to calm down. Relax. I will not drink some. I should drink some water because I probably sweated about a pound to a pound and a half right now during this stream. I was gonna do it. Waste your points. Oh my God, Lizzie, back-to-back jacks. What the hell's going on here? Grunts return. Good, TDS. Good. We really are. We really are, TDS. It's like a goddamn episode of Home Improvement. Maddie, would you mind seeing how much time we have till the next ad? Or typing, what is it? Next ad? Exclamation point next ad? It seems like a miserable amount of time. Next ad. Well, you did do it though. Let's take a break. Everyone's just being very emotional. You all are acting with too much emotion right now. Okay? Bo. All right? Cece. All right? A lot of emotion coming from chat. So let's take a break.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not, Stoic. Oh my god. Nope. Very emotional. But yeah, let's take a break. Oh, God. All right. Let me get this up there. So everyone go take a poop. All right. Get less emotional. Everyone needs to calm down and relax. Okay. Calm down, everybody. All right. I know that's the most effective way to calm people down is to tell them to calm down. So calm down. And we'll see you all in approximately 5 minutes. I can do this with my left hand. All right. We'll see y'all in 5. Jesus! What the hell? Where am I? What happened? What year is it? Wait, this isn't an Arby's bathroom. What the hell? Son of a bitch! Stoic! Yes, my son? Oh, it's raining again. That's an obscure reference. I just finished my 8 beef and cheddars from Arby's, and then I had to race to the bathroom to deuce it out, and now I'm here. What happened? I'm mud? Oh. When did this happen? Ugh. It's actually not raining. That was an obscure reference I made to a Simpsons Halloween episode, but it is supposed to rain here overnight. How dare I? Oh my god! Hell hath no fury like a mud scorned. Alright, good, TDS. You're talking about Marge? I don't know. How dare you? You just start vomiting uncontrollably. Hi, Pickles. Everywhere you go. All right, shall we get back to work? Eric. Everywhere you look, everywhere you go, so hard, be in my heart. Hi, Richards. They call him or they call them or me. All of the above. Fair enough. So, Richards, have you figured out what you're going to do for the paint-a-dong? Know this, you created this paint-a-dong. You did this. No, you can't watch on Discord, Richards. That's just for like, that's just like, are you familiar with Slack, Richards? Does your work use Slack by chance? Basically, it's just like a server where you can chat. There is the ability to share your screen and stuff like that, but you don't watch stream through it. And we're going to be streaming the Paint-A-Dong, on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, Richards. Basically, Discord is just a place where we can talk and I post when I'm streaming on there, Rich. So if you, earlier in the day, so if people, wanted to know if I was streaming today, that's where it gets posted. And then if you had questions about materials or wanted to ask me a question on off time, I can do it there. Might have to deal with the sweet potato and some peppers with a background of some lettuce leaves or something. Has to be in the shape of a dong, Kaziki. That's the rule that Richard demanded. Yeah, I did. Yeah, we got a good bunch on the Discord, Richards. It's not like it's crazy active, but everybody's cool in there. God, is my color setup just all fucking fucked? Why is that showing up like that for you and not for me? Hold on. That's not it. Where do I hold? Hold on to anything. Sounds good, Richards. Where do you like to start for flesh color Caucasian? It's just, I don't think of it like that, Richards. I think of it purely as what color do I see? What color I can see. But just to give you some type of answer, Richard, skin in regular lighting is always orange. Is always orange. Some have more yellow, some have more red, some are more desaturated, right? But just generally start with an orange. But I think it's fundamentally, I think it's a not a good approach to think like that, to approach it like that. So Richards, that's why I wanted why this was about looking at stuff from life, where you just have to understand what your eyes are seeing and to train that as a skill in itself. Right? That's like what I tell people, that's the only thing I'm actively working on, is seeing color accurately. And with that, saying that, well, all skin is orange is dangerous, because that's not really the spirit of what that skill is, right? It's about understanding that things are different colors, and how do I learn to see those accurately? All right, well, you want some simple exercises, TDS? For anybody who wants to have a practical way to work on that skill? Yep, okay. Are you sitting down? This is going to be very controversial.
In your general direction.
How dare you, Fugu? All right, so for anybody who has struggled seeing color, I'm gonna solve the mystery of the universe for you right now, okay? Everybody pay attention! And shut up! All right, so you all know how to mix colors, correct? You've watched the stream and you understand. You've watched the color mixing streams, right? And you understand how to mix colors, right? So we all know how to do that. To practice and develop this skill, all you have to do Much tougher, Lost. I can't answer that because I don't know how to deal with that perspective. All you need to do, though, is look at something in real life. It is actually in one easy step. That's unfortunate, Lost. So all you have to do is look at something in real life, try and comprehend it, mix it on your palette, then physically put it on a palette knife or put it on your brush, it doesn't matter. Hold it up next to the thing that you're looking at and see how close you got. So all you and it's just repeating that a bunch of times. Because you want to know something secret, everybody? A lot of the best painters ever did that exact thing. For example, my fave, John Singer Sargent, was notorious for spending a lot of time on his palette, mixing colors, and not actually applying paint to the canvas, okay? And he would go back and forth to the point where he'd put some on a palette knife, walk up to the thing or the model, hold up the palette knife to them, and see if it was the same color. And that's a very easy thing to practice. So I could look at all in this room and I could say, okay, well, I want to match that green background to what I see. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to mix what I see, what I think I see. I'll go up to it, put some on there, compare it, and see how far I'm off, and to learn to calibrate that as a function of like your own body, right? Does this make sense to everybody? Rigged. It's not rigged. That's literally how you develop it. That's why painting from life is important, because you cannot do that through a monitor. You cannot do that through a monitor. Yeah. If you wanted to make it simpler, seems fake. Damn it, bud. If you want to make it simpler, just buy color swatches. And don't compare it until you think you've hit the color. And see how close your interpretation is before you actually compare it. What are you talking about adding values? The color is the color. It has its own specific value. Like if you were to make a color brighter, is what you're saying, Stoic? Like if you had that color and you wanted to make it brighter, well, it just depends. Is it? So here's the thing, Stoic. How many different ways can we make it brighter? You could add whites. You could add yellows. Depending on how dark from where you're starting. So like if I have black, I can mix red to make it brighter. But if they're complementary, they'll get darker. So the fact of the matter is, Stoic, you have to like look at things. Are you familiar with like blurring your eyes? So like you blur your eyes and you look at the shapes, right? And then you try and understand what color of that shape is, and then you just apply it like so, and you just mix it. So you don't just take one color and make it brighter and use it for everything. You mix a brand new color for the brighter one. Because what changes, Stoic? You realize that the color of the light. So look at something, Stoic, and look at it, through your glasses, and then blur your eyes. You can take off your glasses, and you'll see that there's like predominant shapes that build those things when it's blurry. And another way you could do this is take a photo online, open it up in your Microsoft Photos, and turn down the sharpness and blur it, and you'll see that there's just kind of like more distinct, bigger shapes in there. So you identify the colors of those shapes and you build your puzzle.
Oh my.
Indeed. Oh my god! Maddie, have you converted to turbo? Thank you, Anonymous. I still don't know who this Anonymous is. But I will find you one of these days, Anonymous. You will get your comeuppance. Which one? Oh. I was hoping you were gonna say my favorite song. It was what was it? What is it called? I wanna go home, yeah. I feel so broke up. I wanna go home. Is it John B. Sales? Hoist up the John B. Sales. That's my favorite Beach Boys songs. Song's a banger. A Sloop John B. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Knew it didn't sound right. There we go. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Sloop John B. I knew it was some fucking weird name. What's a zombie shower? Yeah, you know that song too, Richards? Yeah. That song, my sister, there's some great covers of that, by the way. If you like Sloop John B, was it the band Elbow? Somebody did a real banging cover of Sloop John B. But I think I like the original more. feel so broken. I wanna go home. Is it? I didn't know that. Where does it come from, Richards? I wanna go home. My grandfather and me. Pet Sounds is really good. All right, Stoic Booty, I got a trivia question for you then. What celebrity is obsessed with the Beach Boys and has actually gone on tour playing with them? Interesting. This is easy. This was for Stoic, Mud. This is just for Stoic. Who didn't know it? Well, geez, I did say that. I did say that. I said this is for Stoic. Mud gets a point. It was John Stamos. Hi, Toronto. Ever heard of Barnacle Bill the Sailor? I have not heard of that. So it's interesting. So it was called John B. Sales, which I said before. All right, I'll give you a new trivia because Mud answered your question. I think it's only fair. My grandfather and me. They did, yeah. All right, Mud. Well, actually, Mud, I got a trivia question for you. What episode of Full House makes me cry like a baby every time I saw it? My grandfather and me. Let me go home. I wanna go home. That was Saved by the Bell, Toronto Wolf. That was Saved by the Bell. Get it right. We're talking about Full House here. Damn it, Toronto. Nope, not that one. Nope, wasn't that. Yeah, but this was memorable. This one was memorable. Yeah, a lot of the 90s has. I agree with you, Trono. Really, Richards? That's funny. Do you want me to reveal the answer to you, Mud? It's the one where that Greek grandpa died. Whoever the fuck his name was. He had a specific name that I can't remember now. But it was the grandpa death episode. You don't remember that at all? Oh god, it was a tearjerker. Everywhere you go, everyone so high. Hi, Oxford. I feel like all right, Stoic, I owe you a question. Stoic. Stoic, would you like it to be about movies or music or pigment? Papuli? Music? Okay. Thank you, Oxford. All right. Your music trivia is... This is going to be a hard one, Stoic. So I'm going to get... This is a special reward for you, Stoic. If you know this, you'll get an oiliest of oily point. No worries, Pickles. Have a good meal. All right, you ready, Stoic? This is just for Stoic. Mudworks, this is just for Stoic. The hook from Gangster's Paradise was taken from what song? So the been spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise. That part was actually taken from another song. Not the words, the melody. What song was that taken from? For an oiliest of oily point. God, that song was awesome. Is awesome. Still awesome. I need the name, Stoic, but you are correct. It was a Stevie Wonder song. You are correct. It was from a Stevie Wonder song, but I need a name. I need a name. But you know what? I'll give you an oily point because you did get the Stevie Wonder part. I'll still give you an oily point. Damn, you remembered it. You remembered it. Pastimes Paradise. Pastimes Paradise, everybody. You get an oiliest of oily point. Look at you. Look at you go. I did not think you'd have a shot at that. It's oddly not well known. Pastimes Paradise. I've seen Stevie Wonder live, and it is true. He can see. It is true. You know that's a A conspiracy theory that people hold. It was a good show. I saw him at a Summerfest in Milwaukee. Ooh. Good works. Good works, dog. Do you know what an oiliest of oily point can do for you? It's very good, Oxford. But yeah, I didn't know that wasn't like the original hook, like, you know, that Stevie Wonder created it. All right, Stoic, do you know what a oiliest of oily point can do for you? All right, so you can redeem it for one of two things. You could redeem it to for world peace for all of eternity, or you could redeem it for a hand-painted black spot at the end of the stream. You could redeem it. I'll paint a black spot for you, and I'll send it to you once it dries. So it's world peace or that. Now, the rules with the black spot is that I'm not going to put out any fresh color for you. So you'll have to, if it can be limited. So I'm like, if I'm using a Zorn palette and you redeem it, it'll be a Zorn black spot. Mm-hmm. Or world peace. Or world peace. I can't reveal my trade secrets. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome, Stoic. Stoic, follow-up question. What was the movie that Gangster's Paradise was used to like headline? There you go. All right. Yet again, somebody not picking world peace. Do you remember the movie that Gangster's Paradise was like the main point of the soundtrack for? Yeah, you remembered. Who starred in it? Who starred in it? Damn, you're good. So, all right. Look at that. Look at you go, Stoic. And you say you don't remember things. Dude, that looked way more... You're telling me Dangerous Minds and Gangster's Paradise isn't important? What do you want to know, Foxman? Yeah, Amish Paradise, yeah. What do you need to know, Foxman? I'll answer anything. Anything. Well, I'm not a fan of Van Gogh, personally. Don't get me wrong. There's paintings I love of Van Gogh. He just kind of frustrates me. Do you know people believe that the ear thing is very overblown and have some theories as to what was actually the case? You know about that? I'll go into it. You haven't heard of that? Okay. All right, so basically the person who proclaimed that Van Gogh cut off his ear was a doctor who collected his artwork 50 years after the supposed incident occurred. Okay? On the day of the incident, so there was apparently a concerted effort from certain collectors to add to the allure of Van Gogh over a period of time. And a lot of people think he lost it from a accident with Gauguin, who they were living together at the time of it happening. And apparently it happened after they had an argument while they were both drunk. Gauguin always carried a sword with him because he was an asshole. Gauguin, one of the biggest assholes. Don't like Gauguin. Terrible man. Terrible human being. One of the worst. Do not boycott his work because he is an awful person. But they were living together at the time. And, there was a fight, and a lot of people believe that Gauguin cut off part of his ear, basically around the earlobe. But then there was a concerted effort for people to make that more of a tortured artist thing to increase the historical lore of Van Gogh. At that time period, it wasn't like as uncommon, but he was just an asshole who was LARPing. So Gauguin was a huge racist, womanizer, piece of shit, pedophile. So he was married and was working a normal job, and then he quit his job when he had like 4 or 5 kids with his first wife, and he just left them to never see them again. And they kind of died, destitute and poor. He started traveling around painting, and he went to the Americas and the Caribbean, where he started to marry 12 to 13-year-olds, and he was aware that this was not a good thing to do in his diaries, where he discussed this. That's Gauguin. Andrew Tate was a huge fan of Gauguin. Yeah. Real awful human being. No, I have not. Not my type of film. Biographical films don't really do much for me. Gotcha. I really dislike the disingenuousness of of biographies as films, because obviously they're meant to be entertaining and not necessarily factual. So I don't like being fooled into liking a character, or changing events in their lives. Yeah, that is interesting. That's an interesting concept. So with Van Gogh, you want to know why I don't like Van Gogh that much? So I'm not a huge fan of Van Gogh because I don't think he necessarily enjoyed painting that much. It's my own speculation, but he changed how he painted so often, and it was always around the people he was hanging out with. So if you look at early Van Gogh stuff, or some Van Gogh stuff, and you look at Camille Pissarro, Pissarro was a mentor of his for a period of time, and you'll see that their landscapes were extremely similar. And then as he kind of met different people or met new people, he just constantly changed how he was painting to kind of just emulate them. Hence why a lot of his artwork is not really So when he was around Gauguin, he painted a lot like Gauguin. When he's around, what was his name? The guy with the eye problem. Cézanne. He started painting more like a Cézanne with outlines and shit. And I find it frankly, I find it disingenuous. I also find that it's because he didn't know what to do, or basically. Now, don't get me wrong, he still did artwork that I think is wonderful. I'm not telling you to dislike him either. I'm telling you why I, personally, not a huge fan. And I think I also have a stigma against the idea of the glorified mental illness. Basically, Emihei. I don't like how history has romanticized mental illness / abuse or abusive tendencies because people like their paintings. But also, this is also coming from a cynical aspect of myself, where how the art industry, I watch a show. Fake or Fortune. And they'll be looking at painting oh, look at this beautiful, paint work or brush work and stuff, and this is such a lovely painting, and it's worth $500,000 if it's done by somebody, and it's worth $1,000 if it's not. And so then you realize, well, okay, so it has nothing to do with the quality of the painting or the quality of the art. It is only dictated by who painted it, and I don't like that. I don't like the separation of intent, skill, work from art based upon these facts. But yes, and that's a really good way of doing it. It does fetishize tragedy, or when the d'Orsay does an exhibition on Gauguin's work, or Van Gogh, right? One, they're, giving a horrible pedophile credit for his artwork because people pay lots of money for it. And terrible racist, mind you. who knew it was wrong. Yeah, agreed. Harper, exactly. And then Van Gogh, it's like, well, he was just this tortured genius. I don't like that. And I'm not telling you not to. There are several Van Gogh paintings I like as well. Several. Nope, Stoic, you're gonna have to stay. You're gonna have to stay. Yeah, you drank too much.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Nope. Have a good one, Stoic. Once again, I'm not trying. I will try and convince you to not like Gauguin or support his work. But there are a lot of stuff from Van Gogh that I dislike of his artwork personally. But I just noticed that, personally noticed that if you go through his art, he distinctly paints like other people for periods of time. And that turned me off to a lot of his work. I don't know if I agree with that either, Vivi. Because he was, post-impressionism, essentially. Like, he was around with them. But, he's not really classified as an impressionist overall. But I think Manet was much more interesting, personally. I think the women and Degas an asshole, but I think he was more interesting. He's kind of another terrible human being. But yeah, I think John Singer Sargent is way more interesting, but I'm very biased on that topic. Yeah. Vincent Van Gogh. Faux pas. Oh, I didn't know you felt that way, Almizu. Okay. William Blake, yes. Why'd you only take notes, Oxford? Sounds good, Richard. I mean, copying art was... All right, this leads me to another fact, Foxman. Copying art is as old as art. Copying art... So, do you know who the most forged painter of the Renaissance was? Or early Renaissance, at least, was? Yep, it's neither of them. It was Hieronymus Bosch. Hieronymus Bosch. You've probably seen his artwork before and not realized who it was. Not Donatello, yeah. Hieronymus Bosch. The Garden of Earthly Delights or whatever. Yep. Big hit. Bosch 2.0. But so I'll wait till ads. I'll wait till ads for the follow-up. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, Richards. Mm-hmm. 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 Understand. Well, they did that, they did that in the Renaissance too. So, are you familiar with workshop painters, Foxman? Like workshop paintings and painters? You ready to have your concept of art history ruined? Have you heard of Rembrandt and Rubens and guys like that? Peter Paul Rubens, Rembrandt, yes, okay. So in the Renaissance, there was a lot of these guys that owned a business that was referred to workshops. It's related to the guilds and stuff like that. And basically what they would do is they would get commissions from the church and rich people to do these large paintings. And there'd be groups of 20 plus people working on individual paintings. In some cases, the main artist, aka Rembrandt or Rubens, wouldn't even put any paint on the canvas because they were out selling commissions to people. And their workshop, they'd send the painting to them, or like the concept sketch to them, or like the plans, and they would complete it for them. Then, once they were waiting for work, they would recreate past paintings of theirs to sell to other rich people. So a lot of these paintings, actually large paintings attributed to Rembrandt or like Rubens and other of these workshop owners, some of them, there's no evidence to suggest they even put any paint on those. We do have evidence to know that there was a lot of people working on these paintings, and even like mercenary painters, guys who would work at different workshops on a day-to-day basis, who painted on those. Okay. Now, obviously, Rubens and Rembrandt did have work that they did on their own completely, obviously, and they were both very talented painters, but their attributions are way off. And it's knowingly so, because they can't attribute it to nameless workers, right? Rubens was very famous for traveling around, Europe, selling stuff and, being gone for long periods of time. And people hate Warhol, true. So yeah, like they were copying work, and it was a very common industry to copy previous work just to sell to the aristocracy, because for them it was just a status symbol. But also back in that day, people really couldn't paint like how I paint right now, right? Like the materials were so expensive back then that you had to be essentially either wealthy or had connections where people could see your talent, or you had to work for a business that was painting. You never really painted on your own. There are some exceptions to that, though. You want to be a merc? Fair enough. Yeah, I bet, Foxman. That's a decent analogy. Well, thank you, Oxford. American reality painting. The killer of painting. That is true. I do have a large focus on making sure you see the nitty-gritty of this, Oxford. But that was an intent from the beginning. But I'm glad people appreciate that. The new joy of painting. Well, I'm not as happy-go-lucky, but I feel like I'm more honest. Well, I'm trying, not more honest. I'm trying to do a different thing, right? I am trying to highlight how one goes about becoming a more advanced painter, I think. The agony of painting. It's true. Newt. Have a good one, Kaziki. Who to learn from, Western or Eastern art? It's up for grabs. I don't think that's necessarily the question to ask. I think the question to ask is whose work do you like the most? Catchy songs, not a fan, and I despise Mamma Mia. I am not a Mamma. I actually despise Mamma Mia. Why do you ask? So I probably seem like the type, don't I? Yeah. I'm not offended by that. I they have plenty of very catchy songs, but I particularly dislike Mamma Mia, especially the play. I do not like the play whatsoever. I do like getting Pierce Brosnan to sing, but I just don't like how forced. Like I don't like forced storylines like that, and I don't know. It just and I don't like the song Mamma Mia specifically though. Also. But there are ABBA songs that will get stuck in my head. Like I said, they are catchy. I haven't watched any new James Bonds in a long... Oh, I actually watched Skyfall? But I don't remember anything about it because I don't care. I'm not a big movie watcher, at least in the context of newer films. Do you like classical movies more? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm not gonna say you shouldn't like it. It's just not for me. Lost Horizon. Yeah, not familiar with that one. Well, I really like, yeah, no, that's exactly it, Foxman. I like a lot of Hitchcock. My favorite movie of all time is The Thing. I know a lot about films. I like Scorsese's. You know, I've watched Citizen Kane. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm not a fan of 2001 either. How you doing, Odorous? Citizen Kane was fine. I'm not going to say it's anywhere close to my favorite films. I could appreciate some of the filmmaking. The filmmaking in 2001 is outstanding. I just don't like it. I think The Shining is a fantastic movie. I like a lot of the stuff they did in that. The Thing. I hate saying this, but I like a lot of Roman Polanski films. I do not like saying that, but it's the truth, unfortunately. The original Blade Runner I like a lot too. I haven't seen the sequel. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is outstanding. I have not seen Dark Song. Let's see. The Godfather. A film that I've liked more as I've learned more about it is the Bram Stoker's Dracula from Francis Ford Coppola. I have some like guilty or pleasure films that are still good, like Forrest Gump. I'll watch if I come across that, I'll watch Forrest Gump like every time. It's not better than a lot of those other films, but I still think it's a pretty well-made film. They dodged some major bullets though in the making of that. I got an ABBA song stuck in my head now because of you, Mud. Interesting. I'll look into that, Richards. Yeah, no. I can't deny that they don't make catchy songs. They absolutely make catchy songs. Mamma Mia, though, I can't stand. I probably would. I've seen some clips of it that would make me think that like they kept some of the spirit of it. Yeah. It looks like it had some good points to it. The monologues in the first Blade Runner were outstanding. I mean, Shawshank Redemption, I really like. But that's all about story, not as much about movie making. Even though the movie making was well done, it was... you know, it's just... what can I appreciate about the film, right? You can appreciate the story, the cinema, like cinematography, the acting, right? And when they all come together, then you get like the kind of like the perfect films. I think like, you know, some of the few like basically perfect films are The Thing, The Shining. I would say Godfather 2. This is also like high on personal opinion. Like, you know, obviously most people will disagree. Godfather 1 is close. I think Casino is not like, it can't be considered perfect, but it's like, it's a damn good movie. Obviously, Air Bud's 7th Inning Fetch. That is probably a perfect film. Pleasantville? No. I would not consider Pleasantville in that discussion. Did you hear they were making a new time? I did. I saw the ad for it, or the trailer for it, the other day. Did you, Oxford? I don't think it will be particularly good. Mizu, are you a fan of the Troma films? I think Shaun of the Dead, though, is like, and Hot Fuzz are actually both surprisingly close to that, like, upper echelon of films made. A lot of people might disagree on that one, but there is some really great filmmaking. I love Hot Fuzz so much. I could watch that movie over and over and over again. I like them. I think I like them both like equally, Mud, but they're both like good for different reasons, which is I find, you know, like a lot more impressive as like a movie making feat, considering it's basically, it's like running it back with like the same crew essentially, that they could just do those two films back to back. It felt very different. Like it didn't have any of the magic of those other two, Mud. It did not have any of the magic of those other two. Never saw that one. Alien might be close to a perfect film. Because you also got like super hot Sigourney Weaver. I never saw Paul, no. God, it's really tough though. Like, but none of those movies, like, I put like 3 basically near perfect films. I only got 3 that I could really, I think, make a very good argument for. Like, as close to perfect, and that'd be Godfather 2 again, The Thing, and The Shining. But those movies had such like a crazy amount of work put into them. God, I'm thinking now. There's plenty of movies that are much deeper than you expect, or have a lot more movie making stuff in them than you expect. Like, what's that other horror movie by Ari Aster? Starts with an H. Why can't I think of it? It's Ari Aster, right? How am I forgetting the name of this film? The Matrix isn't perfect, but it was very outstanding in a lot of things. Alien is awesome, Richards. So I don't think you could put Matrix in the perfect. Hereditary, thank you, Richards. Hereditary does some really, really awesome stuff, and the directing's in it's very good. There are still some issues. I'm trying to remember the opening of The Matrix. See, there are some movies that are just like a little bit off, like Silence of the Lambs is like could be perfect. I can't say what would make it perfect, but in its current state, it just isn't there yet. I could take the first one. The second and third were dog shit. Exactly, Mud. Well, that's like the big argument for specifically. Oh, Empire Strikes Back is a near perfect movie. Empire Strikes Back is very close to perfect. Well, Mud, you want to hear an interesting take with regards to that? Is the Star Wars prequel, Star Wars 1, 2, and 3, Phantom Menace, Revenge of the Sith, and the other one. Because like what they did for CGI and like graphics, and like they pioneered so many new techniques for those films alone. Yeah, exactly. So like they were hugely influential. I don't think they were good films. I think the stories were very bad. Or how they developed that story was very bad. But yeah, The Empire Strikes... That was the first movie you ever saw in theater? That's a good one. The Empire Strikes Back is so fucking good. On so many fronts. I tend to get nihilistic about films, though. Like, I don't care if anything is achieved in a film. Because a good story could be still told through that. God, I'm just like running through all these films in my head. Like, there's like very flawed good films or fun films, like Indiana Jones films. Very flawed, but very fun films. Tim Burton falls in that category a lot, too. Of very flawed but fun films. Jurassic Park is probably approaching perfect, too. There is very little wrong. There is some storyline holes in there. And frankly, the most perfect film of all time actually is Clue. Obviously. Clue legitimately is a great film. It's just, it can't be considered like in the perfect realm, obviously. But I just like destroying my credibility. The Exorcist is near perfect. I don't think Pulp Fiction is near perfect, but there are so many great elements of that film, and I'm really happy a film like that was made. Emperor's New Groove. I don't think I could put that in there. It's fun. It's a good film. And you should, and Foxman, he deserves it because he's one of the few directors that really advocates for like directors making films in their image and not just succumbing to directors. He does a lot of interesting things that are Kubrick-esque. Yeah, I agree with that, Mud. He does a lot of similar things to Kubrick. A lot of interesting things to Kubrick. I mean, am I missing something else, Mud? I thought he was just in Defeat. Is that it? Or am I missing something that he was, accused of? Gotcha. Okay. Kevin Smith had a real chance of becoming something I think a lot better than he ended up at. Kevin Smith really comes across as a guy who lost the juice. I completely agree with that, Mud. Because here's what I thought this was the worst I've heard about Quentin Tarantino, that he was a feet guy and that he put in some feet shots into film. Like that. You get what I'm saying? But not necessarily like... Yeah. Yeah, I'm not contesting the feet thing. I'm contesting what I'm trying to not even contesting. I'm trying to remember what I heard that he supposedly did. Obviously, I'm not here to defend. I'm not going to die in a hill of defending Quentin Tarantino. Too much. The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, never saw it. I know it wasn't really well received, though. I know that doesn't necessarily matter to how good it was or not. I just know very little about it. I mean, I remember when it came out. Like I said, I just never watched it, and I knew it didn't really do well. Oh, hey, Mud. Whenever you're done, just let me know when you're back, because I got something to ask you about. So I got a weird email before stream. I want to get your opinion on this. Anyone feel free to share your opinion on this, because I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it. So, fuck. So, I got an email from a Gmail address of like a person's name, and they're just like, I saw your artwork on some websites, blah, 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 you know, can you tell me where you're selling them, or, you know, where I could, like, you know, find out which ones are for sale, or blah, blah, blah. And the grammar wasn't bad. It was from an email, like a Gmail address that I searched the name on the email address, and it matched a Instagram account about art that was a legit account. They had an art website with that email address listed. What's your take on that? I mean, I sent them links to my Etsy and shit like that. But have you ever heard of anything like that? Like, what kind of scam could that be? That's a... What do you mean, Richard? On Richard's on Facebook? Maybe they sell it on Facebook. That type of thing. They spam on Instagram too, but it's different. This is not like NFTs. This is not like asking for a commission. This is not like the normal scammy shit. So I don't know how they could scam me with what they've laid out. They could have obviously hacked the Gmail, or it could be a hacked Gmail, right? But yeah, so this, like, they didn't say anything about commissions. Fantastic, Laura. Saturday. The Paint-A-Dong. I did, Richards. I sent them like links to my Etsy and stuff. But it was just a very unusual one, because basically, by all accounts, outside of the nature of the email, it seemed credible. Yep. Because I just don't see an angle to scam yet.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god! How you doing, Starcat Alien Thinking? Welcome in, random user 9876. Thank you for the follow. How you doing, Mr. Paintman? Spell correctly, Starcat Alien Thinking. Yep, Laura. For the famous paint along. How you doing, Axe? Welcome in. I'm doing all right, buddy. Mike, how are you doing, bud? Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, fantastic, Starcat. I'm painting... Ugh. Painting that. So I'm a very stable, healthy, vibrant man. I actually don't have my water by me. I'll get the water in a second. But we're painting from life. Oh, there we go. How was your stream? Post your links. What were you working on? Blah, 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 blah. Welcome in. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. We're painting with oils. Games? What games? What games are being played? Why wouldn't I? You don't own these things, me burning slime? Why wouldn't you own these things? Everyone owns these types of things. You're talking like I'm the weird one. You're the weird one for not having this. Minecraft? Oh, nice. If you don't have this stuff, you disgust me. I actually am thinking about trying to get an old tube TV for a prop. Actually, I'm not thinking about it. I want to get one. Yeah, that's what this is. That's random user. That is a human-sized skeleton. And a skull. And a stacked mannequin. Tarantino's and brief cooling on nothing. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for it too, Mud. Because I personally have not heard of pressuring. But I could totally believe that would be the case, obviously.
I said good day!
Good day, Starcat.
A good evening.
Oh, that's pretty cool, random user. A good evening. Have a good one, Bloody Mike. That tube TVs dilute the pixels to blur, so most pixels are games. I did not know that, me burning slime. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'd always do regardless, Mud. You're oiling with paintings. Yeah, I mean, that's... The thing that's bewildering is I don't see the angle yet, you know? I have a painting idea for doing a kind of like a reference to Signs with a tube TV with my skeleton and the skull sitting there with aluminum hats watching something. So you're going to see the skeletons from the back and you'll see the TV, but you'll see they're like aluminum hats. I'm thinking, but them being illuminated by the TV. I'm thinking about but I need a tube TV for that. But that's something I'm considering doing as well. No worries, random user. Have a good one. Thank you for the follow. How is that an inconceivable place? That'd be a good painting. Oh, what horror games have you worked on, Slime? I really wish this glare was better. I don't know why this glare specifically is so bad on this one. I get those all the time, Mud. I get shit like that all the time. I'll get text messages to say like, you know, hey, we met the other day, shit like that. Myopia? Cool. If you want to share that link, feel free, Burning Slime. Yeah, I just never respond to those. Jezebel. Well, that's why you should never reply yes until you know who it is on a phone call. You should not reply. You should not verify it's you until you know who you're talking to. And don't say yes stuff that they can record and use your voice for shit. I just don't answer any phone. I don't answer my phone literally for anything that I don't know the number to. Like at this point. Drinks are on you. All right, I need to take another break. We're probably only going to go for like another hour. This will be another session. But we're in the home stretch, everybody. But I don't have my water on me. It's been a couple hours since my last break. We got ads starting momentarily. And I've been sweating a lot. Oh, awesome. Great. Thank you for that, Slime. Good. Everybody go download that demo. And leave wonderful reviews. Nope, you gotta stay, Slime. You gotta stay. I'm just taking a break for 5 minutes. We all have to poo right now. So we're all gonna poo. Oh, that's cool. All right, we're gonna run ads for 3 minutes while we take a 5-minute break. Pooping is mandatory. Go poo. Nope, no revolts. All right, we'll see you in 5. Oh my god! Where is this? Where am I? Who are you people? Jesus Christ! You son of a bitch. The hell, slime? Your worst nightmare. Oh my god. It's a giant rabbit. Not lying. Alright, Doctor Who. Last thing I knew, I was in an old country buffet bathroom after eating 2 entire slabs of prime rib. Okay? Obviously, the green apple splatters hit at that point, and then I wait, and then I sneeze, and then I'm here. What year is it? $20.55. Holy shit. Is Old Country Buffet still around? Of course I knew. Life isn't worth living anymore, Mud. Life is not worth living anymore. So I haven't been to an Old Country Buffet in a long time. But one time in college, right? It was like late college. I went there and it was awful. No, I don't, Jan. I'm not a fudge guy. That was the kind of like the most annoying thing about getting older is how much worse things feel than what you remember as a kid. Old Country Buffet is just like an all-you-can-eat buffet chain in the States, but they just do like, you know, like fairly generic foods. Idiocracy you're talking about, Jan? Mm-hmm. Big long trip in the school, that's some deal. Oh yeah, that one, Jan. Yeah, that one's hilarious. Boob time, faster. Don't tell me to go faster on the boobs. So, Mud, I have one of my most biggest traumas of my childhood happened at an Old Country Buffet in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And it's not because of what happened to me, it's because of what I saw. Okay? I don't know if you've been to a Wisconsin Old Country Buffet, but it's a different beast. This is what traumatized me, okay? You're all gonna listen to this. You're gonna share my trauma. So my family has never been breakfast people, but my godfather who we were visiting in Wisconsin is, and he made us go to Old Country Buffet for breakfast. For breakfast, mind you, okay? And I'm literally just like eating at the salad bar because I just don't want like the pancakes and biscuits and gravy or whatever, but blah, blah. But I saw this family who had these plates stacked with like all the breakfast food. Not offended by that. And then they were like putting syrup on it. Like you get the syrup at the buffet and like biscuits and gravy stuff. But then when I saw from all three of them, they went to the nacho cheese and they indiscriminately laid like several ladles full of that, you know, stereotypical nacho cheese over the entirety of their plates. All three of them. I'm talking like pancakes with syrup on it, biscuits with gravy on them, bacon, like everything. And like, so they had like the accoutrement on all these things and just, I mean, it had to have been like 30 to 40 ounces of cheese on the plate. I have not forgotten it. I covered in smothered. Yeah, I mean, like I cannot, like, I am not embellishing this at all. Yeah, seriously, like I don't like judging people for what they eat, and this is not a comment on anything else, but boy, I'm so glad I don't have that palate. Because holy shit. Like on the pancakes. Like, did they just like, it's like they basically, like, they might as well just put it all in a blender together and drink it. Well, I'm also like, see, this is trauma for me because I don't like processed nacho cheese at all. It's not my thing. Never has been. It was Wisconsin to me, so La Crosse, Wisconsin, to be exact. I think they would have used that argument against me, Richard. So I'll eat, like, all right, so I find it offensive, but I'll eat it type thing. It's like, you know how like Anthony Bourdain ate all this fine food, but then he'd have these moments where it's like shitty American Chinese food is right, or it hits a spot. I can don't get me wrong, I can eat nacho cheese, but it like I offend myself. And it's something I just never get for myself because I just don't like it. That's true. La Crosse, good city though. La Crosse, Wisconsin, good city. My brother went to college at University of Wisconsin in La Crosse. Don't mess with pancakes, true. This is good. Now all of you have some of my childhood trauma that I'm not going to reciprocate. This is good. Is it really that bright? Too yellow. What is this color? Possibly. The Fifth Element? What about it? Maybe it's too bright. It is a good movie. The glare on this is super annoying. I'm curious what's causing it. So I think this epoxide medium is stiffer than the oleo gel, which makes me think that the reason why we're having so much more glare is because the brush strokes are staying in a lot more. I might try oiling out this one, because I'm gonna we're not gonna finish this tonight because I want to test out possibly oiling out before this next layer to see if it can help with these like prominent brush strokes. Oiling out just means putting a layer of oil on the canvas and letting it dry. That's what people usually do to fight, to help with like the sinking in issue mud, where there's like, you know, issues with matte finishing. But I'm curious if I could use it to help even out some of the brush strokes. Sunshine. Call me with the stars. Only Memphis, not fully. That boob shape. Fuck. I wonder if the shadows will help that. Like, I could probably push through and finish this tonight. The problem is I really want to fix this glare because even I'm having problems seeing this. So I want to make an effort to see if I can. Yeah. Yeah, the intent is not necessarily forcing anything here right now, Richards. It's just about a safe experiment to see if I could help reduce this glare or understand the glare, and so I could see the painting more accurately. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Little sunshine. It can be physically exhausting, Richards. Richards, back in the day, my regular streams were like 10 to 12 hours. My record was 15 and a half. For a painting I hate now. God, remember that horror? True. Yeah, I enjoy painting. I intentionally have been like keeping it to quicker sessions. Recently, I've been going shorter just because I've been tired. And the heat makes it tough because right now I've sweated through my entire shirt. Alla Prima Oil Painting. Still kind of like that mud. And there was paintings back then I had some multiple sessions on, but very few. Not as much as like recently. But these paintings are a lot bigger mud than those were, you know. So I think if I were painting larger paintings back then it'd be like, you know, I would have been doing this earlier. Yeah, I am also a lot faster now too. But back then, the largest painting I would do would be like 14 by 18. Yeah. I am sitting, Richards. I have done some like standing paintings, but standing is exhausting, man. Little sunshine. Only. Yep. I've done a large painting standing up, but I mean, you kind of need to do it for the reach to a certain extent, but it depends. Okay. I think this is a good place to call it at the moment. I put out too much paint though. Thank you, Pickles. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a fourth on this. I gotta do something to try and fix the glare because I'm having problems seeing my own painting right now as well. So there's some elements related to that as to why I'm not pushing through on this right now. I can't see like the hats, the hair. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that sounds like a good time for a lot of people. Ugh. I also haven't eaten since lunch, so I'm getting hungry. So let's call it. I'm a hot, sweaty mess. A hot, sweaty, hungry mess right now. Wasted a decent amount of paint. That is what it is. So everybody, the paint-a-dong is fast approaching. Next stream is going to be on Wednesday, everybody. We're going to paint on Wednesday, okay? We're going to finish this on Wednesday. Whew. Cutting in and out. Is anybody else having connection issues? Nope. Okay. That's just you, Richards. Or it's YouTube's. Here, rates. You all know what time it is. Why you're all here. Why you're all here. I know it. You know it. The American people know it. Time to wipe that D. Good, Richards, good. Live and uncensored. I know you're all wearing your D-White merch right now. Oh, God. It's so weird when it's not cold because it's so warm in here. Oh, God, it's so lukewarm and moist. Oh, God. I hate this. It's like sitting on a warm toilet seat. It really is. Oh, this is disgusting. I know Maddie's wearing their D-White merch. Contact D-White. Do you mind if I make merch with your logo on it? Alright, we're done. Alright. Okay, let's find somebody to raid. All right. Oh, Jack's on? I know Jack was streaming. Yep, starting now. All right, everybody. We're rating all mankind. One of the rare chances we get to. Thank you. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Next painting, we're going to finish this on Wednesday. Finishing this on Wednesday. All right, well, then we're just going to go to the raid quickly. Thanks, everybody. Join the Discord Wednesday. Sub the YouTube, blah, blah, blah. And thank you, Mud, Maddie. Anybody who's there, Emmy. Thank you again, and we'll see everybody soon.